Hello and welcome to the Delirium Engine Funeral March, an esoteric show where we talk about things, play video games, and you fall asleep before the show is over. Once again, we are continuing on our Skyrim journey. Albiah Scoom, stealth character. I think I'm going to try to talk about a few things during this broadcast, but we're not going to get ahead of ourselves and talk about them all at once. Let's see where we are. Alright, last I checked we were doing the rounds. Basically trying to grind our damage up to 20. Once we're at about 20 damage, we should be able to overcome most issues.
Wait, I know you.
Well, I'm famous.
You know what's wrong with Skyrim? Everyone's...
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler if you have any questions. You look rather pale. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
If I remember correctly, the Hiscarp is the one that you can trick the game out, because you get the restoration potions that will make it so that your enchantment improving items are improved dramatically.
Come back anytime if you need a remedy. You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
I'm just gonna heal you. Restore
I
health,
sell
or
cures for all
health.
ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
That's a fancy way to
I offer remedies for ailments both
get
common
a stronger
and
healing
rare.
potion.
Do let me know if I can be of service.
Death bell.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
Juniper berries.
Sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you. You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
I think stamina regen is really crappy against enemies in this. It's probably really only good for for selling to people.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Nightshade, Nernroot. What do we think? That's unfortunate.
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Got a pretty full stock of potions and alchemy reagents.
We'll make more.
Come back anytime if you need a remedy.
You know what's wrong with Skyrim these days? Everyone is best. Death.
I work for Bellathor at the General Goods
Actually, you know what? Let's do the Bellafor thing. We'll just slowly collect instead of going super
People have
hard
forgotten human.
on iron ingots. We'll just grab iron ores because they cost like $6 each. They're basically nothing.
Everything's... Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
And if we see anything really great, let's just go to Misk. Nothing exciting.
Do come back.
So I think my
I
first...
work with my mother, sell fruits and vegetables. It's fun most days, but hard work. What
So
are
I
you
think my
looking at?
first topic
I'm
of
not afraid
discussion
you, no, even if you
is
are
going
mad.
to be Twin Peaks, which now that I've had about a day or so to digest, I can honestly say that the ending is not good. But I was discussing it with somebody, and I think I've come to the conclusion that the bad ending was by design. Now, that sounds like a bit of a cop-out, and in some ways it might be. But I think the point of a bad ending like that, because they could have ended it all sorts of different ways, right? That would have been at least somewhat satisfying. But they ended it in the way that's the most unsatisfying possible, with a whole bunch of weird scenes that don't mean anything, you know, I don't know, just a bunch of weird stuff that happens. And then at the end, it's just almost like a non sequitur. A whole hour of non sequitur with no payoff, right? And so, I think what they're trying to tell you is that the story, as you perceive it, does not matter. So the story about Agent Cooper and Twin Peaks and all those characters in that story are not important. In fact, like Laura Palmer's not important. The fact that her parents are there or the fact that they're in Twin Peaks, it's all nonsense. It all means nothing, right? The ending is literally one of those just a dream endings. Okay, this is going to be the end of the run if I can't get away from this guy. Sabercats are cancer. I was able to escape. Where is he? Oh, he's over there.
This should be good.
But we're gonna have the guards take care of this one.
A fight.
Where is this thing? It's just gonna randomly pop up and just kill me. You watch. Just watch it happen.
Kill him.
Haha. Think I'm gonna fight a Sabercat in a fair fight? Heck no. If I can just... Sweet. Thanks, guards. So as I was saying, Twin Peaks is not about the story that you're watching on the show. It's about a story that they don't tell you. And the whole point of it, I assume, is for you to guess what that story actually is. And so the obvious question is, what is that story? And I'm going to tell you, I think that story is about love, good and evil, and the disappointing next generation. So how the next generation of anything is always getting worse, and unconditional love might actually be an evil in the world. Or it's a pollution, or it's an entity outside of good and evil. So, let me explain myself as I sort of look for things to... herbs to pick. Okay. So, and I guess there will be spoilers, but it doesn't really matter. This is Twin Peaks. Like, there's no real spoilers. Like, the show is literally telling you that it doesn't matter. This is a show about an entity named Bob. And Bob is an evil spirit. I guess that's the best way to put it. And this evil spirit takes control of bodies, and he, you know, kills people and rapes people, and, you know, is an all-around piece of shit, right? He's a pretty evil entity. Now, with that said, Bob is an entity that's contrasted by other evil entities in this Twin Peaks setting that we're given, right? There's like some older people, and there's like the Ben and Jerry brothers who are, you know, kind of shitty people compared to what seems to be their father, who were like really good entrepreneurs that started this hotel that basically sustains them. And then there's, you know, Billy, who is in no way even close to the moral upstanding figure that the Colonel is, and his mother, which is, they don't really go into his mother. But compared to the Colonel, who's essentially depicted as like a paragon of virtue, to the point where he, you know, he doesn't even speak like a normal human. He barely, you know, he's so articulate that he doesn't even sound natural. You know, Billy can't even compare. But like, anyway, the whole show is rife with these interactions between these two types of people. You've got the, you know, the parents who are really good, or they're really outstanding in some way, and then the children who are not good. And in by season 3 it gets even crazier, right? Actually, Laura Palmer's sort of an example of that too, where she's like this character that is extremely, everybody thinks is amazing, but then it turns out she's actually just like this horrible, you know, this horrible person that's into all these vices, and you know, there's reasons given for this, but you know, compared to what her parents are, like her father's a lawyer, and her mother is, well, her mother's I think a stay-at-home mom. Whatever, it's not really important.
Where are you?
Just a regular band today. It's unfortunate. But anyway, so Bob is also one of these characters that is like a disappointing child. Now, the sort of, I would say the real metaphor that the show's about is what happens if an entity of pure, like an entity of pure evil gives birth to another entity, right? It basically is its mother. So there are two evil entities that sort of show up in the show, at least that you can sort of that have names or whatever. And there's Bob, right? And then there's this other entity that they vaguely hint at called Judy. And so my theory, at least, like obviously I don't know where it comes from, but my theory is that Judy is in fact Bob's mom. There's like this giant sort of visual exposition dump that happens in season 3, and they show a picture basically of a sort of womanly looking entity vomiting out a bunch of gunk, and some of that gunk turns out to be Bob, right? So anyway, so now that I've sort of established my theory on, you know, what I think Twin Peaks is about, I'll just sort of explain to you a little bit of what I think is happening, right? So they're trying to explore the idea of love, and in Twin Peaks it seems to me that there are two houses, right? There's the Black House or the Black Lodge, and then there's like the White House or the White Lodge. Now both the White Lodge and the Black Lodge,
You picked a bad time to get lost, friend.
yeah.
From you.
Okay, so there's a Black Lodge and there's a White Lodge, and in both depictions, just as a point of interest, I guess, both lodges are depicted in black and white, And they mention in words and in visual elements that the Black Lodge and the White Lodge are essentially the same thing. So...
You can't hide from me.
and they might even be the same place. But the thing about the Black Lodge that's kind of interesting is that... Damn, just decides to leave.
Where are you?
The Black Lodge is depicted with red in it, whereas the White Lodge is purely black and white. And I would say that this either means that the Black Lodge has been polluted in some way by something that goes outside of good and evil. In this case, red, which would probably signify love. Or that there's like there's a third lodge, right? Which I'm not going to say they imply it, but you could, if you wanted to make some sort of red string connections, the letters RR always appear, and they really like to show red is a color that's very I would say important in the show, but I don't know if it's necessarily true. Anyway, but there's a couple points of interest, I would say, about Bob. So Bob, and you kind of have to put this in the context of, you know, this is an evil entity born of an even more evil entity. You know, you have to conceptualize these ideas. But Bob is sort of a thing that appeared out of nowhere, and it doesn't have any clue about what it is or who it is, because it's never been raised by anybody, because why would a evil entity raise a child, right? It's an evil entity. It's whatever evil... Oh, apple pie. Yeah, we got there. Man, we can give like an amulet to Bella, but we're not going to push it. Okay. Flip it. Nice. Anyway, so Bob is this evil entity, and he doesn't know who he is, and he's trying to manifest himself in what we think is the real world, which, you know, for all intents and purposes, it is the real world, right? Wow. Thanks, Skyrim, you're being strange and wacky. Okay. So, and he's doing this by taking control of people, right? But he's just, you know, when he's contrasted all the time by these like cartoonishly evil characters in Twin Peaks, you know, people who, people who have like these weird petty squabbles, and they're all kind of like, you know, they're all battling each other, and sometimes they're sending each other bombs in the mail, like just cartoony shit, right? Like they're not, you know, and Bob is a killer and a rapist. So compared to this, like, this, you know, TV show melodrama villainy, you know, he's like hardcore. And they're always contrasting different levels of evil, right? Where Bob is sort of the most powerful evil, like he's just a pure entity. But by season 3, he's actually not. You know, Bob is this entirely fallible entity. You know, the myth of Bob is way scarier than the real Bob. Like, once he actually gets what he wants and he's out in the world, he's just some scummy biker guy who, I guess, has influence, but not really. Like, he doesn't seem to have money. He doesn't seem to have anything, right? He's just sort of around. But he's never in real trouble. Like, whenever things go bad for him, he he always gets helped out by something. Like these oily men that will show up. You know, got a light. They'll show up and they'll just help him out. Now, the first question you have to ask yourself is, who are they and why? Like, why are they helping him? Well, that guy's got to die really bad.
My imagination.
Like, really, really bad. So let's see if we can do that.
What was that?
Well, that's an outlaw and a magician. And we're out of here. See you later, kids. I'll deal with him later. So anyway, yeah. So, yeah, so he's always getting helped by these oily men. Who are they? What are they? And my theory is this is all Judy. You know, Judy's his mom. He doesn't even know who his mom is. Because he doesn't know who Judy is. In fact, he even thinks that Judy's out to kill him. And she actually might be, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think so. You know, I think even though she's an entity of pure evil, and even though, you know, they're both like these cosmically evil entities, she has unconditional love for her son. No matter how disappointingly not evil he actually is, how much of a bit of a blowhard he is, how much he never really accomplishes, you know, and how much he goes against everything that she actually stands for in terms of, you know, what evil is. And...
Is someone there?
Uh-oh. Am I in trouble?
Must be my imagination.
Uh-oh. It's just her.
Is someone there? Must be my imagination.
We got lots of space. But anyway, yeah, so, you know,
What was that?
and don't forget, like, this show is not about telling a story in the traditional sense.
Time to end this little game.
Damn.
Death awaits you.
But anyway, yeah, so I think it's like a simple, it's a simple story trying to depict a concept of what happens when an entity of pure evil, you know, spawns a child. And the white, like, she's sort of like the Black Lodge incarnate, or she's an entity of the Black Lodge. It doesn't really matter, right? And everything that's going on is a way to sort of mitigate the damage or counter what's going on. You know, the White Lodge is trying to... Nice. I don't think the Lunar Forge actually works in this game right now. Ooh. Okay, we gotta keep an eye out for this stupid wizard. He's gonna show up randomly and start shooting with ice or something dumb. Yeah, anyway. My train of thought endlessly interrupted. I wonder where he went. don't see him anywhere. I'm okay with that. Oh, he's somewhere. Getting sneak levels. 160, probably won't help. And can we increase the smithing thing? Nice. Eventually we're gonna go heavy armor, because Daedric armor, or not Daedric, ebony armor looks cool. And I care more about looks than other things. Okay. But yeah, it seems the story is told in like metaphors and themes. Like the actual story itself doesn't matter, which is why the ending is so stupid. And they're telling you that the ending doesn't matter because they make it so stupid. And the long and short of it is that good and evil are interplay. They're like static. They're a mix, right? And they're always mixing. No matter how evil you get, there's always a dot of white somewhere. Right? And no matter how good you get, there's always a dot of black somewhere. And maybe that delineation is love, which is depicted with all this red. But I don't know if I even think that that's true. Love might actually... the Lynch Frost mentality of what's going on in the show might actually think that love is a good thing, which I could agree with. But it also might think it's like a third party, a neutral thing, almost like a chaos factor. Which is why in both situations, it would make sense why the Black Lodge is polluted by red all the time. Like why the curtains are red, why it's got all this red stuff going on. And it's not, I don't think it's just because of blood. Because, I think, because Judy really hates signs of affection. So she doesn't like making out and things like that, because she ends up, the only 2 times that she appears is one time when, actually I don't think she likes anything like that. You know, one time when these like 2 kids are making out in front of this like box, and she just shows up and kills them both really brutally. And then another time when some trucker is harassing her because she's taken she's taken a form, which is another reason why I think this show was about what it's about, because the whole show revolves around Bob, right? And Bob taking control of somebody and killing Laura Palmer. But what they don't show you, or what they don't really go into, is what's going on with Laura Palmer's mom, who can see spirits and all that other weird shit, right? There's just like, oh, it runs in the family. Oh, okay, I guess so. But in season 3, they sort of just randomly depict like Laura Palmer's mom's doing really strange things. Like she's just sitting there smoking and drinking. She just sits in her house doing fuck all. Right? She does nothing but drink and chain smoke and watch violent videos on repeat. And I think there's like 2 depictions. One of...
Now ain't this a surprise?
Now ain't this a surprise? Let's get out of here. But 2 like she's like watching animals tear each other apart, and then the other thing that she ends up doing, I think she's watching a boxing match, like a small clip of a boxing match on repeat. But it's supposed to depict that she's just constantly watching the same violent shit over and over again. Doesn't really matter if it's actually on repeat or not, because everything is in metaphors. But my theory here is that this is sort of Judy's soft touch approach. She's just keeping an eye on her son at all times. Well, Bob is playing the father in this like fake family, and Judy is the mother. And Bob is like drugging the mother and doing all sorts of goofy stuff and thinking he's a big mean guy that's super, he's in control, but really he was never in control because he's just a kid. And Laura Palmer is the only one that isn't like an evil entity in that family. But specifically, she was created by the White Lodge, at least it seems, as a sort of counter or something to set a series of events in motion that will ultimately lead to Bob's destruction, or it'll lead to like a rebalancing, because the fact of Bob's creation basically imbalances the two.
What was he thinking? Fool never saw me pull
The
that
two
face
factions,
off.
I would say. I will call it factions for, I'm not going to say lack of a better word, but yeah, actually, for lack of a better word. How are we doing for weight? We got lots of weight, we're good. We don't need shoes. We take daggers. I'm so scared of wizards. Is there somebody in here? Oh, there is, but he's facing away from us. Haha. That means he's gonna die. And then there's the wizard up there. Oh, they're both up there. Broom, tanning rack. I see one of them. I don't see the other one. Definitely the wizard. Get that wizard out of here. Always the X factor. Now, if I remember correctly... Hey, free juniper berries. Worth. So, I guess the question that's like pretty obvious is, why is Bob a disappointment? Well, or at least why he is lesser to his mother. It's pretty obvious. Judy is an ancient and powerful entity. I would say the first time she shows up is at the end of season 2, when she is portrayed as a old native woman singing a tune to Cooper in the Red Room, or in the Black Lodge, or whatever he is, wherever he is. I don't even know if he's in the Black Lodge. Okay, so there is definitely somebody wandering around. Oh, there he is. You can see his silhouette. He is. Ah, very good. We got him. Anyway, when he's in the Black Lodge, she sings a song, and I don't remember the song because it was a while ago, and I wasn't really paying too much attention. But I think that was supposed to be Judy, and then the reason I think he's disappointing I guess to continue my big thought here, my big think, is that when Bob gets what he wants and sort of gets to manifest permanently in the material world, I guess, as Evil Coop, he doesn't really do a lot, and he just sort of wanders around and acts a fool, pretty much. And he gets himself shot a bunch of times because he thinks he's way cooler than he is. And just like, the grandson of Ben and Jerry, right? And just like the grandson of Ben and Jerry, or Billy, or Billy's kids, or whatever, he's not. He's really not at the same level as his parents.
What was that?
Oh, we got away with it. Sweet. 5 to 60. And 5 to 25. I don't think I want to go too far into this place right now, because there's probably going to be bandit chiefs and all sorts of stuff going on. I just don't have the damage to deal with that kind of problem. Or maybe I don't care. I don't know, we'll find out. Kind of got what I wanted out of here.
Got a sharp axe to cut through all that fat.
Hurry up with it. We've got a merchant in the pit to take care of after we carve this thing.
This might be one of those situations where we...
Picking pockets. Now that's the real art. No rough stuff. Just take it and go. Don't sound like much fun, though.
Oh, there are two. Oh, and one's an outlaw. Shit. Okay. Items. Potions.
Go to the college.
Someone there?
Like I'm supposed to figure out which college you meant.
Another outlaw. Holy man. Okay, this guy's gonna be a pain, because he's on the bench, which means... Poacher's axe is pretty cool, because it counts as a wood axe, but it's got the nature trait. Gotta get rid of something. Probably the woodcutter's axe. Or we can just slow walk out of here. I don't know what that guy is. If we get him, we win. He doesn't seem to want to move around too much. Oh, he's got the two-hander. I don't like it. Let's see what he is. If he's a chief, I'll be pissed. Oh yeah, he's definitely a chief. I don't know if I have the damage for this shit.
A new hand touches the beacon. Listen, hear me and obey. A foul darkness has seeped into my temple. A darkness that you will destroy. Return my beacon to Mount Kilcreath. And I will make you the instrument of my cleansing light.
I think I'm just going to cash my chips in here. I don't feel like fighting that chieftain, because then I'm going to have to run away, and yeah, I don't know. They do so much damage. They are too spoopy for me, I think, right now. I could probably beat them, but it would take multiple come-ins. I might have to use paralysis. I don't know how much I would like it. Oh my goodness. It's pretty dark. Alright. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it already, but if I did, I apologize. But sort of proof of this, I think, is the fact that Coop is sort of trying to, or evil Coop, or Bob, is trying to figure out sort of what he's doing. You know, he has to, he's kind of just caught in the wind as well. He's trying to sort of stay out late, if you will, past his curfew. And he does all sorts of sneaky tricks just to stay out past how long he's supposed to stay. But, you know, ultimately he gets, quote, defeated by the White Lodge. And nobody ends up doing anything about Judy. And the end of the show is like, it seems like they're trying, but then the show just ends and it doesn't matter. Now, the question is, did Bob actually die? It's possible, I think, that he did. But it might also just be just as possible that, you know, Judy kind of got what he wanted. And he ended up going home, basically back to the Black Lodge, where he belongs. And the reason why when you go back to Laura Palmer's house and there's nobody there, which is the ending, spoilers, it's because Judy's basically gone home again. And everything that was manifesting there, which is, you know, Laura Palmer's family and the, you know, all the whole Palmer family and everything, it's just over, and time sort of, you know, dimensional space sort of warped itself around it in the correct way, or it got rewritten so that it never happened, or whatever.
Wait, I know you.
Whatever it wanted it to be. Doesn't really matter at that point what the actual answer is. The point is it's gone. Like, Judy's not there anymore. Every lead is exhausted. It doesn't matter. You know, if Coop was just following instructions and he followed his instructions to get the big reveal. He never got his big reveal. You know, because Cooper really never made any decisions himself. He just sort of followed. He was a leaf blowing in the wind. You know, anytime he was even given instructions, you know, he sometimes failed to follow the instructions and worse shit occurred, right? So, you know, Coop is actually pretty incompetent. You know, compared to other people in the show, he's pretty amazing. But in terms of, you know, getting the job done, he's not particularly good at what he does. I'm trying to think of what else there's to say about it. Like, I'd have to write like a big essay or something about it if I was really, I guess, keen on it. Do one of those brainy YouTube videos where you make yourself sound way smarter than everybody else who's listening to you, even though all you've done is write a shitty essay. That's probably going to be my next thing I talk about, is YouTube culture. It's so strange. Why am I going into the Grey Main house? It's because I'm really bad at multitasking.
I trust you're not planning any trouble. What can
I want to go into Jorviskar. Flop out for a few minutes. Can you put stuff up there? What is all this? That looks like that's shattered pieces of a weapon. I wonder if you have to put that back together. Like if you follow the companion's quest line. I've never done it. I probably won't this game either. Frankly, for me, they're just a novel flop house. That sometimes brings me pie.
I was the newest companion until you... I guess that's okay. Just means I can show you the ropes.
Sweet. All in all, for what it matters, I think Twin Peaks is a really excellent show to watch. Just don't expect to be satisfied with the ending. But ultimately, everything in it is just really great. Even the, you know, there are scenes that are that are created just to piss you off. And so, you know, a lot of what they do in that show is very deliberate. But I think a lot of what they do in that show too is they're just throwing, you know, confetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. Shotgunning things. Like I think a lot of it is a lot less planned than you might give it credit for. So, beware of that. I don't think every choice is as deliberate. Like it's deliberate, but not deliberate in, you know, I don't think it's all pre-planned and everything is, I think they're snipping their own farts a lot of it and sort of making derivations based on things that they've already established. So it's like this isn't top down, they're sort of trying to bottom up it as well in many ways. which is not bad. It's not a bad thing. It just means it's some scenes just aren't as deep as. Don't read too much into it. I think the like, you know, short answer for what it's about is good and evil are always in a cosmic battle, and that cosmic battle is unintelligible and difficult to understand. And where does love factor into
You're someone
this?
who can get things done. Looking to
This
protect
great
yourself or
game.
deal some damage.
What's love got to do with it, so to speak? You know what I mean? Do I want an elf helmet? Maybe I'll just keep it for now. We'll keep the hunting bows. I don't think we need to keep the daggers. Contals. Alright. Ingots are good. Definitely keep the war axe there. Keep the poacher's axe. Keep that. I don't think I want to go too hard on ingots right now.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Just because we don't have the money for everything.
Wait, I know you.
This guy's armor is oil colored.
What is it, elf?
I think that's a rendering error. Yeah, it is. That's fine, whatever. What am I doing here?
My favorite drinking buddy. Let's
You
get
still
some meat.
thirsty? What time is it? 8.
There's a nip in the air. Cold won't be good for my crops. Never is.
I need some firewood. And get some up here. Pretty sure.
I spend a lot of time at the market stall so I can learn the merchant's trade. I need more experience if I'm going to run an inn someday.
So as you might not have might have guessed, I'm not the biggest fan of YouTube culture. I think a lot of what goes on YouTube is very obnoxious. And it's junk content. Like, this is garbage content too, right? But I don't care, because I hate YouTube, so I don't mind vomiting hundreds of gigs of nonsense, specifically for the purpose of clogging up their servers with junk. And hey, if some people are interested in it and helps them fall asleep, or...
Claudia, do you ever deal with the Khajiit at all? I'm sure they would
Oh
love
yeah,
to
I gotta
trade
give her that
steals.
that tusk.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often?
Once I've made enough money. Thank you. This should turn that old... As promised, let me show you a thing or two about bargaining. Don't want some shifty merchant giving you raw trade. Farewell.
Was that disappointing, Carlotta?
I get them fresh from the farms daily, Nazim.
And Nazim sucks. There's lots of mods that let you just murder Nazim and no god will ever care.
I'm sure you'll find
Things
what
like
you're
that.
looking for. If not, let me know. Everything's for... Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
It's all looking pretty lame. too excited about any of this. Oh well, I can sell him things. Got mammoth tusks and things that he can have. There we go. I guess he can have this saber cat pelt too. Oh, he's got ingredients? Oh no, those are my ingredients. Watch out, Brian. Don't do that. Alright.
Do come back.
I don't have any potions to sell him right now.
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
It's true, it might. I think all the stores are open right now. Yeah, I don't really like YouTube culture. It's pretty bad. Like, I think a lot of people...
Welcome to War Maidens. Now you, my girl, have definitely come to the right place. The finest weapons and armor.
I think a lot of what goes on YouTube is a lot of just bloviating. And people talking too much about stuff. It's once they start chasing content, it really starts getting bad. Or when they're making content for kids, using like trying to follow the metrics. That's where I think it starts getting a little, I don't want to say cringy, because like making content for kids and you're like a 30-year-old man.
Good doing business,
you know,
with you.
There's always got to be kids shows, but I don't know. Kids content kind of sucks. I really don't think that people should be going out of their way to make that stuff. Not only that, there's a lot of like, I don't know, there's people I know, and it's so funny because I got like, what, one viewer? But there's a lot of people that like to watch people's essays about topics as they analyze things. But, you know, to me, at least, and this is maybe just me, man, that's really unfortunate, this shader issue. That's all it is. It looks like it's the shaders. Just makes it black all the time right now. Oh well. Anyway, so as I was saying, you know, rather than contemplate their own content or just have a discussion with people about topics, they'll just sit there and watch essays. And I've fallen into that trap sometimes too. I caught myself, so I don't do that anymore.
Chat with an old woman,
But like,
Do your good
you know, the same thing happens. You can get the same problem with like the news and things like that, like becoming a news wonk. And I think that's one of my big problems. I'm super political. Like, you don't know.
We're here to teach you a lesson.
Oh yeah?
I should have come right. You won't leave here alive.
I'm getting out of here.
Yes, kill him. True Nords never back down.
Oh well, the guards aren't gonna help you, eh?
You're dead. Dead.
Okay, thugs. Alright, I'll play your game. I'll play your game, you rogue. I think these guys are a pain in the butt because I think they just chase you. But yeah, so because YouTube pumps out so much content, quote content, that it becomes very easy to sort of get lost in this, like, I'm not going to call it a rabbit hole, but you can get lost in just the mounds and mounds of content, and it's interesting because it's all garbage, and because it's all garbage though, and you're giving it a certain level of reverence, you know, you're kind of devaluing yourself, if that makes sense. Wow. None of these guys are ranged, eh? Oh, this guy can see me, eh? He's got line of sight.
Where are you?
Now he doesn't. Is it just the two of them? Have I evaded the thugs? I see, they just instantly see me. Yeah, right. Oh yeah, that guy is danger. That guy is hard danger. I don't like him at all. That guy's got an orcish greatsword. Holy mackerel, these guys are not my friends at all. Like, these guys could beat me up real bad. Thug and two hired thugs, whatever that is. I wonder if that's why they're seeing me, is because there's... one of them is facing the wrong way. I wonder if they can actually see me. One, two, three.
No sign of
Hmm. I wonder where they just hang out. Oh yeah, okay, I see what's going on here. Oh yeah, I don't have the damage to fight these guys. I'm probably gonna have to retreat. If I had like invisibility potions or something, I could probably get away with this. So these guys shouldn't know where I am. I could probably get them to run afoul of the giants. I think that's what we gotta do.
Won't leave Skyrim alive.
Man, they're right beside me. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Like this.
Poor mud crab.
You ready to die today, huh? I'll bury you. Skyrim belongs to the Nords. I'll try and make this quick. You're dead, dead.
Green apple, chicken breast.
Let's see what you've got. You won't get the best of me. Sure, have mercy on you.
Oh yeah, now they've pissed him off, the giant. I don't know if that's a lucky hit, bud. Holy shit. And that, my friend, is how you deal with guys that are way too tough. Thanks, giants. You're the best. Let's see if we can find the corpse. As he went flying, we saw his shadow just take a nosedive. Took to the sky, he did. Oh. Oh, I'm not gonna piss off giants. Nope. They're my buddies. You know what? In fact, I'm even gonna draw my weapon. See if I can find the other bodies, though. 309. Well, there's a saber cat over there. Let's not mess with that. Fuck it. If we catch even the slightest whiff of danger, we're gonna just drop everything on the ground and run like the wind. But I think we can make it back. 2 of 3 isn't so bad, and a frost mace. Don't know where the third one is. I don't even know if we got him. But anyway, before we got so rudely interrupted by a bunch of thieves, or a bunch of thugs, yeah. I'm not a big fan of YouTube culture. It's basically content for kids. And like any adult content, or content that's relevant to, you know, the sort of national dialogue or whatever, kind of gets censored or manipulated. So, you have to sift through a lot of shit. Find a few channels that are trustworthy and hope they don't get cut. Also, funny enough, my favorite kind of Let's Play content, because I watch these kinds of things, or at least I used to watch a lot of them, are the kind of content that's exactly like I'm doing right now, where it's, you know, real low-key, and in theory, you know, and I'm probably doing a poor job of it, is a lot less commentary, and a lot more just random gameplay. But, I don't know. Long plays are on the internet, you can get them, so I'm trying to do something a little bit different. I'm not trying that hard. This is turning into like a vlog. Which is fine to me. I can't believe the guards don't help you when there's like a bunch of hired thugs that will randomly come and attack you. They'll just leave and say, oh, there's a fight. But you know, whatever. Let's go get our money. Actually, the leader of the thugs we didn't get to see. Because we didn't get the note saying who we pissed off. It's probably Belethor's sister that we tried to pickpocket. Hey, the rendering's back. Welcome back. But as you can see, we don't have any
That's it.
damage
I
whatsoever.
don't claim. Take a look.
We could probably keep the steel daggers for now.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Reminds me, let's try this out. Oh, we need leather strips. And we... well, let's just buy
Heavy
leather
man
strips
might-
then.
Take a look. Until next time.
Superior.
I bet you could slay one of those mean old dragons. I bet you could do anything.
If the load save function was available to us, the answer would be yes. But it is not. Khajiit wares? No.
Need a ride? I can take you to any of the hold. Where do you want to go?
Let's go to Windhelm.
Climb and back, and we'll be off. It's almost getting downright hot now. Oh.
Time is it? Midnight. I think when I was much younger.
Spare a coin for a poor old woman.
You are not a poor old woman.
Spare a coin. Talos rewards the generous. Up to no good, are we? I'll teach you, but it'll cost you.
That's fine.
Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind heart.
Pickpocket and armor skills are so tough to level.
A few septims for my supper is all I
Frost damage. Wow, Silent Moon's enchant. I remember it being better. Oh, it stinks.
Will you spare a few coins to help someone who's got nothing? Just a few seconds. Spare a coin for a poor old woman. A divine smile on those who show mercy and charity.
I wonder if you could use Pickpocket to play the game without fighting. I know the older Fallout games and like Arcanum and things like that, you were able to get away with this stuff. But
I still can't believe Isabella's gone. She was such a helpful young lass. I'm a writer by trade, not that the people of Skyrim do much reading. I write drama, friend. The legends and history of Skyrim made to excite and inspire. Poor Gerard Germain at the Bard's College has been waiting for my latest work, Olaf and the Dragon, for weeks now. Roads are a mess. You're sure? When you see Gerard, ask for a tip. I'm sure he'll be in a good mood after reading this.
Another dark elf. Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show
Now,
you to your room. Right this way.
The world needs tales
Let
of
me know if
heroism.
there's anything else you need.
May you lose yourself in the pages of a good book.
Maybe you should just move along.
We drink to our youth.
how about no? Considering I just paid for your damn
For the
room.
age of oppression is now nearly done. We'll drive out the Empire from this land that we own. With our blood and our steel, we will take back our home. All hail to Ulfric, you are the High King. In your great honor we drink and we sing. We're the children of Skyrim, and we fight all our lives. And when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours, and we'll see.
Spare a coin for a poor old woman.
The Imperials think we need their laws.
It's so good to see you again, Rakatosh, and grant peace to these departed souls. Supper is all I ask. I ask only for a little charity. Will you spare a few coins to help someone who's got nothing? Mighty Arcane, God of Mortals, hear me.
My master can be a bit short-tempered.
May the
but
Eight
I've
guide
learned so
you
much
to
from
the
him.
file.
Nothing's open yet.
Spare a coin for a poor old woman. Mighty Arcane, I pray that you will shepherd these souls as they pass into the realm of death.
I own Hollyfrost Farm outside the city. It's honest work, if a bit dull.
Honest work. That's no good. We can't do that.
Need some metal hammered? Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
Ooh. Straight up damage. Damn. Not worth. But that's okay. Oof, that's a lot. Yeah, let's not worry about that right now. Wait, no. Let's definitely worry about that right now. That's the whole point of this, right?
Don't forget, you find Queen Freydis' sword. I'll reward you.
Friend Grunwald, good to see you.
Square, nice, and the vegetables for sale, all at reasonable prices.
But I insist, and with good reason. Albiah told me you've been speaking to Ulfric about our situation.
Hermir's become a decent. Take a look.
So few Nords have ever offered kindness. A discount is the least I can do.
Whether it's armor you need or a new blade, come see me. I'm not looking for special.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll. May the Eight got a pretty full stock of potions and alchemy reagents. Why are you still standing around here? Go get me the file, you fool! I'm sorry to always be so hard on you, boy. I just worry I don't have much time left.
Master, don't say such things. There is always time.
Don't be so sure. Now, have you finished grinding the dried snow berries?
No. Not yet. I'm sorry, I was reading up on the effects of distillation.
What? You've been lollygagging in idle reading?
No, I was trying to...
Out of my sight! I don't appreciate loiterers, if that's what you're here to do. I hope you have coin to spend and you're not just here to gawk at my goods.
Oh, frenzy. That was unexpected. Bear claws or anything? Oh, Fly Amanita has frenzy too. Also unexpected. Let's try. Regenerates stamina. All the regenerates are really valuable. Oh. Tapanella, Amanita, and Dragon's Tongue. Stamina regenerates, two-handed weapons are better, illusion spells are better, resist fire damage. Wow. That's crazy. That's a wacky.
My master can be a bit short-tempered, but I've learned so much from him.
Get resist magic. Do we have any? Yeah, we do. Lavender. Perfect. Start using up some of these lavenders. That should be okay for now. We'll move on to the next shop.
I'll never have Master Nurelian's skill with potions.
May the 8 guide you to... Take a look. Why are you still standing around?
Get out of here, you fool.
May the 8 guide you to the fire.
You need anything, come see me. I'm as trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Minor smithing. Poison resistance by 100%? What? That's crazy. I feel like that's like a rare find.
Be sure to stop by Sadri's used wares in the Grey Quarter.
I'd travel more. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
People pushing me around? What the heck? Iron ore. Lesser gem.
Thank you for your custom.
Assorted fruits and vegetables, all delicious and affordable.
Name's Nils. I'm the cook up at Candlehearth Hall. Can I help you? Welcome to the House of Curiosities. I offer a brief tour for a few coins, or you can simply browse at your leisure. My sister and I inherited a modest sum of money. we decided to travel and seek out whatever adventures we could find. As we journeyed across Tamriel, we encountered tales of exotic and wondrous artifacts. We decided to collect as many as we could. My sister passed away some years ago, so I settled down here and opened the House of Curiosities. I think she would be happy to know that our collection has brought smiles to faces both young and old. Indeed, I did. For a few septims, I'll tell you about some of the most interesting curiosities in my collection. Splendid! If you'll just follow me, I'll tell you tales and show you wonders such as you've never seen. These tools were found in a crypt outside Windhelm. They belong to the ancient Nords who dwelt in Skyrim before the days of the First Empire. Most scholars believe that the Nords of old used these implements to prepare their dead for burial. What macabre mysteries would these tools reveal if they could but speak? Here is the Book of Fate, discovered in a secret room in the Arcane University. The writing in the book describes the destiny of its reader, so the words change from one person to the next.
It's empty.
Some see only blank pages, and nobody knows why. Perhaps some of us are born with no destiny, or maybe the blank pages signify an imminent death. Ah, now here's an item out of legend. This is Ishgramor's soup spoon. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is no spoon, it's a fork. Nobody can eat soup with a fork. Well, my friend, you did not know Ishgramor. Don't let this innocent-looking flute fool you, for this is the dancer's pipe. Legend holds that the dancer's pipe has won wars, toppled empires, and changed the very course of history. None know its origins, but the stories say that men who hear its music are compelled to dance uncontrollably, no matter the peril. To activate this strange power, one must only speak the magic words, which are... Oh my! I very nearly got us both into a nasty predicament, didn't I? And with that, the tour is over. I thank you for your patronage, and I hope to see you again soon.
Wow. Such wonders. A blank book, a flute, and a fork. That's an exciting tour de force here.
Listen to you.
Fancy yourself an alchemist, huh? Never could get the hang of that.
You've seen how we live. Cramped alleys, rundown buildings, few guard patrols. Even the name Grey Quarter is an insult.
You should unload some of that unwanted gear. Head over to Sadri's used.
Got something for just about everybody in here.
Huh?
Give a holler if you have any questions. All my goods are legitimate, which is more than I can say for some. I've scraped this collection together by whatever means I could. I do some business with the trade caravans, and I've picked up a number of items from adventurers like yourself. A few intrepid souls even brought some items back from Morvenskar, the fort southwest of the city. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Oh, baby. I don't want to be buying common soul gems. I'll blow some money on petty ones, just because enchanting is good. Amethyst. Oh yeah. Forgot we had that. Firewood. Honest work for honest pay.
Of course nothing in here is stolen. Only a careless, shameful, idiotic fetcher would do something as stupid as to buy pilfered goods. Oh, by Azura, I've made a terrible mistake. I bought a gold ring, and Viola Giordano has been missing a ring that looks just like it. It's not that easy. She'd go to the Jarl if she knew I was even remotely involved. You have to get it to her some other way. Look, it's dangerous. But if you sneak the ring into her house, put it in a dresser or something, I will make it worth your while. Don't let Viola catch you in her house.
Consider it done.
Stay away from the Aretino residence. The place is cursed.
For a second I thought I saw butterflies. I was like, whoa, winter butterflies. What am I doing here? Oh yes. Sneaking that thing into that woman's house.
I'm the cook of the Candlehearth Hall.
Oh my goodness knows. I think I'm done in here for now. I think we're gonna move on to the next town.
Can't just throw the big logs on the fire. Gotta have the little bits too.
Oh Nils. Hey! We're rendering properly again.
Hey, you mix potions, right? Can you brew me an ale?
Oh, I have no stamina. And that, my friends, is why I like this mod. free herbs. Oh, this delicious dead air. What was I talking about again? Oh, YouTube culture and how obnoxious it is. Okay, well, in light of that, I'll just be quiet for a bit. Random saber cats. Rough. Who detected? I feel like I'm walking into hard danger zone here. Oh, heck no. And that is why we don't fight things right away. Holy man. That is pure death right there. Wow. Wow. Ice damage. There's no way. I'm not fighting that. It'll kill me in like one shot. Let's go all Schrodinger's cat on it and just run away. Maybe it won't cause that much damage. We just leave.
Need a ride? I can take you to any of the hold capitals. My carriage is the safest way to travel. Where do you want to go?
Probably Solitude?
Climb and back and we'll be off. Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to right run from old Rorik.
Need something? I welcome you, friend. Take a look.
May your road lead you to warm sands. Tools, wares, and weapons, all for sale at fair prices.
Butterflies. These things usually come in threes. Where's the third one?
You know you can afford a septim or two.
Let me know if you see anything you like. It's good to see a friend. Got a pretty full stock of potions and alchemy reagents. Don't forget me next time you need herbs and potions.
Vampire dust. Do we have garlic? Don't have garlic. I think I did that already. Where is Chorus eggs? Nern root. Sure.
It's good to see a fresh face. Got a pretty full stock of potions and alchemy reagents. Don't forget me next time you herbs and potions.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. If not, let me know. I might have it stored away. Viren said you... Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Ooh, 15% more damage is pretty good. Potion vendor, I need your strongest potion.
Come back to bits and pieces anytime.
What do I need to make Dwarven? Dwarven dagger requires other strips.
Seems there's no way. Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage? Return anytime you need arms or armor. My forge never rests.
Oh, we've peaked on sneak.
What? Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. Keep safe, and always wear your armor.
We have 11 damage. We're getting there. You know, we're not doing awesome, but what is awesome?
Trouble?
More butterflies? That's amazing. Hatered. Now, if I remember correctly, this is a pretty good spot for collecting herbs. Also, this butterfly zone is pretty amazing. I have half a mind to turn this into the splash screen. We'd spend the whole game catching butterflies. Hey, we got him. Something keeps seeing me and I'm not quite sure what it is. that is why it's important to eat food. Yay, death bell. Are there Luna moths out already? What time is it? I know those guys, those gas fungal pods have paralysis. I just don't know what else does. Oh, there just happens to be a troll. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Definitely knows where I am. Oh ho, am I gonna get away? Oh, it's chasing something else down. I got distracted. Oh, he's long gone. Alright. chasing moose. Definitely one thing I both love and hate about Skyrim. It's like random encounters. Because it adds this like great chaos element. But you end up with these weird situations where it's like, oh, now suddenly I have to deal with a troll. Damn. I'm not prepped for this. Or something ridiculous will just show up, like some sort of, like a chorus reaper or something will just randomly appear. Some one-puncher. Oh, I do have dash. Stealth ray. Whatever you want to call it. Ah, spiders. I think we're safe. I don't think they know we're here. Wow, straight up detected from nothing, eh? Well, that spider just disappeared into the ether. That's scary. Ah, I think we found the other spider. So while we're waiting for spiders, just to fill some airtime, I coined a term a while back, and I think I like it, so I think I'll talk about it for fun. And that term is intellectual junk food. So, I mentioned earlier that YouTube is filled with people that like to just read their shitty essays about random topics, right? And they like overanalyze things, or they, I don't know, they kind of state the obvious sometimes, you know, or they're just reciting sort of what they think has been going on. I don't know. Anyway. Spiders are too good at hiding, or too good at spotting. I'm too bad at hiding. Hey, that troll's back. That's so funny. Now the trolls found me. I need to find a place that I can try to shrug it off. This is going to be my hide from trolley hole. Make sure there's nothing around me coming from weird angles. So as I was saying, intellectual junk food. So what I think is intellectual junk food are things that allow you to think that you are making big philosophical strides, or you're a big thinker without actually having to think very hard. Right? The idea of intellectual junk food is itself intellectual junk food. You know, it's kind of like meta. And I like to say things like I'm a peddler of intellectual junk food, because, you know, I have a lot of big thoughts, but, you know, these are, you know, they're a little better than, probably not even better than like 420 cosmic brain nonsense, right? Or are we going to be able to sneak up on this troll? That would just be great. Ha! And we got to bonk him. Yeah, now we're running. Probably shouldn't be bonking them. Uses up so much stamina. Take that death ball though. Troll doesn't know where I am. In theory. Yeah, it's trying to find me now. Cool. But yeah, intellectual junk food is anything that sort of allows you to think you're doing some big philosophical thoughts, but really you're not thinking that hard about anything. And it's pretty prevalent on YouTube and in my own personal thinking, I guess. Like, I like to deal... I'm a pretty, you know, connect the dots kind of person. Wow, you can stun them with the block in the can't see you position. That's interesting. That is kind of interesting. Yeah, I like to think about like philosophy and theology and stuff like that. And probably the only thought I have that's like extremely correct is that, you know, a lot of the thoughts I think are not particularly clever. They're just, you know, these aren't high-minded thoughts. It's just junk food. It's just me. You know, it's better than fart sniffing, but not much. But I would say that there's nothing wrong with intellectual junk food. It sounds like I'm talking shit about it. But I would say that it's just sort of part of, you know, part of the human experience. Nice. What's the apprentice stone do? It's on the apprentice for magicka or susceptible to magicka damage. Cancel. I want to get the shadow stone, which I think is in Riften. I just haven't bothered going there because I've had no reason to go to Riften in character. Yeah, I would probably say, like, I mentioned intellectual junk food first because I think a lot of what I'm going to be talking about on this show is, like, and this radio show is, like, my personal philosophies and my theology and stuff like that, because I put together a lot of these things, you know. I have a pretty robust philosophy, actually. Which includes, like, I would say a pretty well fleshed out theology. And I don't mean like I invented some random gods or some shit like that either. Right? I mean, you know, stuff based on existing precedent, just assembled in a way that I think makes the most sense. It's pretty good. You know, without getting into it, I'll leave that for another day. But without getting into it, it's, you know, it's pretty heretical, but it's, you know, it's theist. But it accepts atheistic ideas. I don't know. It tries to bridge the gap between the theist and the atheist. You know, like, there's no hope for neckbeards, but for people who might actually be open to, you know, agnostic thought, this is a good... I wanted to sort of a religious tool set that allows you to sort of interpret any given theology, including secular ones, and sort of turn it into your own. Or use it to, you know, bind the metaphors together. Anyway, onto intellectual junk food. Easy thinking is kind of what I'm talking about. You know, things that are difficult, you know, require effort and time and patience, and you know, there's, you know, they require long and studied thinking, and you have to sort of read up on stuff, and you got to put effort into it. But with intellectual junk food, you can just be kind of clever, you know, clever enough to come up with the idea, and then maybe put, you know, 30 seconds to a minute of thinking into it, and then boom, suddenly, you know, you're big philosopher. You know, feels real nice to do that, I guess. You know, I guess that's why I do it. But, you know, and you can feel real smart when you're telling people what you think how the world works, and so forth and so on. But the question is like, are you actually smart? Like, how successful are you in life? You know, have you had to remember anything that's really important, or are you just making shit up? And I would posit that, for me personally, yes, I'm probably just making shit up. And, you know, in my day-to-day life, you know, I would call myself a competent person. I would say that I'm not stupid, but I know smart people, and I know people who are truly, like, intelligent people, and I am not truly intelligent. You know, as depicted by my inability to catch these digital dragonflies. Oh, if I go back to that shrine there, I'll be able to get Luna moths. More fish. Swamp fungal pods. Man, so many death bells. I must be way... Where am I on the map right now? Oh yeah, I'm way out there. Halfway to Morthal or whatever it is. But anyway, like I was saying, I bring this idea up just sort of to preface anything I say in the future as, like, I don't think this is like some high-minded thinking. You know, this wasn't some big thoughts. Like, I did some little bit of research. Like, I do research into some of the stuff that I think about. But the actual thoughts themselves aren't, you know, deep thoughts. And that pretty much anybody could just come up with them if they spent, you know, even the most basic amount of time thinking about the idea of something or another. Actually, it's a lot like the, you know, good intellectual junk food would be like me discussing Twin Peaks, right? You know, I don't know the answer. You can't tell me, you can't verify whether it's right or wrong. Like, I guess you could go ask David Lynch. If he'll tell you the answer, if he even knows the answer, because he could very well just be spitting BS out of his projector. You don't know. I'm trying to go to... Oh, I could go to the wreck of the Ice Runner. I probably have enough invisibility potions and things like that that I could get away. that's a troll. Right? I swear I just saw Bigfoot. Yeah, that's a troll sound. But I can't see him and it's getting dark, so I'm gonna run away. I want to go northeast. I'm trying to go, or northwest, sorry. Get him. Oh, I'm swimming. Damn. Lunamoth? I don't see the Lunamoth. Damn. Oh. Am I stuck underwater? Wow. Imagine if the run ended on that. But yeah, YouTube's filled with this sort of stuff. Easy thoughts for, you know, for comfortable thinking, I guess. You know, good examples, really excellent examples of intellectual junk food is atheism. You know, modern atheism. It's, you know, all of Richard Dawkins and like Christopher Hitchens and those guys, you know, they're really old. They've been around forever now. But they're perfect examples of intellectual junk food. Like, it doesn't take a big mind to be like, oh, the invisible man in the sky isn't real. Like, you're not a big thinker. You know, you're not the great intellectual because you came, somebody told you that, you know, the invisible wishmaster isn't a thing. And you decided to believe him. I think it takes a much larger... I'm not going to say a larger intellect. That's a pretty stupid thing to say. But a much broader mind to be able to conceptualize what people might have been talking about when they were talking about, you know, God. And like, if anything isn't intellectual junk food, it'd probably be trying to conceive of what God is. Compared to saying, oh yeah, he doesn't exist, teapots in the sky, you're just so stupid. Or trying to find the context that created the idea. How do I say? That's a tough one to say. Trying to basically, you don't need to justify the existence of God, but maybe even defining them properly. I don't know. I think I do a pretty good job of defining God, but I'm not going to cover it right now. I know Funeral has heard it, so hi Funeral. But I'll probably go into it at a later date. Well, that's another thing to notice. A lot of times, what I'm talking about here, these are just sort of raw thoughts. So things I say and believe today, I may not believe, you know, as early as the next podcast, or I guess the next gamecast. And the dragonflies are so brutal. Because you only have a couple seconds to get them and they fly away. I don't think you can get them when you're underwater. So you always kind of have to be above water. Damn. So if I do have a listener out there, feel free to put in the comments something that you're interested in. Maybe I'll look it up and talk about it. Not that my opinion really matters compared to anybody else's, but if you're actually listening and you're kind of interested, or you're asleep right now and I'm technically using some sort of subliminal messaging, you know, go ahead and throw a comment up when you wake up in the morning. And let me know the kind of stuff that you might be interested in talking about on a random nighttime. I guess this would be a radio show. Just a really low effort radio show though. Whatever. I definitely think, though, I want to get into, like, esoteric conversations with myself, obviously, because you're not actually able to talk to me. Talk about all sorts of stuff, how I think the world works. I believe I have a pretty darn good grasp on what's actually going on.
Need a ride?
And it's a whole lot
Where do you want to go?
more boring than people would like to make it.
Climb and back and we'll be off. When I'm in Whiterun, I always visit the Guild Green. Never hurts to pay your respects to Lady Kinnereth.
Yeah, you do have to put together that axe by the looks of it. Because those pieces are all over the place. Interesting.
tools, wares, and weapons. All for sale at fair price. Welcome to you. Take a look.
Tempted to get that petty or the lesser soul gems. For no other reason than to just... I think I'll just get the petty ones for now. All the other ones don't really matter. I'm kind of broke. Fire. Walk with me. Don't think I have a fire enchant. So we'll take it. You can have that deer hide.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
This is taking a lot longer than I thought it might. I'm almost level 20 already. Holy mackerel. You gotta get the skills to pay the bills.
There's a nip in the air. Won't be good for my crops. Never is.
You know what's wrong with Skyrim these days? Everyone.
I made coffee before starting this stream and I haven't even had a cup yet.
If you see anything you like. You look rather pale. Could be attack. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
Yes.
Come back anytime if you need a remedy.
There we go.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Oh, fortifying chanting. That might be pretty useful.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
That's a huge... don't think I probably have to use some of that up, but
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and
let's
potions
see
on my
here.
shelves.
Death Bell.
Browse to your heart's content. If there's anything
I
I
don't
can
think it's
help
his
you
carp.
with,
I
you
think
have but
it's
to ask.
River Betty. And let's just do this for fun. Yeah, slow and damage health on the River Betty. That's probably one of the best poisons. And then like
I sell cures for
you can
all ills,
find
and I'll be happy to serve you. Remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can
vampire
be of
dust and some garlic. Garlic. One of the best.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
Let's see what Salt Pile can do. Salt Pile, Troll Fat. Weakness to magic. That's kind of fun. Lingering damage magicka.
Find tonics,
Neat.
salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
Oh, Fortify Restoration. Yeah, that's the one that's 27% stronger. So you use Fortify Restoration and then you get the ring of... You have an unequipped ring of alchemy. Chug your potion, and then when you put on your ring of alchemy, it'll be 27% stronger. So you make another potion of restoration thing that'll make it stronger, and it just you ramp it up, and it goes way out of control to the point where the numbers are just it's like in the millions if you wanted it to be. We will not be doing that.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you. I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service.
Damn. It's definitely not going to be on that. Let's try Slaughterfish Rock Warbler. Nope.
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my
Mira's
shelves.
Rot.
Browse to your heart's content.
Imp Stool? Ah, Imp Stool Paralysis. There it is. Restore 43 points of health. This is like the budget paralysis, if I remember correctly.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
That's a pretty good one.
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content. if I can be of service.
Oh, there you go. More fortify restoration. Alright. I think we're good for alchemy for now. Level up. 80, 90, we need health. Alright, so we can up our alchemy. We're not going to do enchanting. And we can't do anything there. I think alchemy is probably what we're doing. Oh, we can do silence. Okay, so we'll just keep going with the sneak in. We'll get Shadow Warrior at 100. Shadow Warrior's unreal.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients? Come back anytime if you need a remedy.
He's become so unbelievably valuable that you can just sort of do whatever. Once you have lots of money, it's unreal what you can do.
Anything you like. Everything. Take a look.
Is there anything that really grabs my attention? We're looking for pay dirt enchantment. We don't have one. We have a pretty okay one, but nothing that... Not one that I would call pay dirt. Sneaking is... Wow, that's expensive.
Do come back.
Oh, I want his money. What am I doing?
Let me
Soften
know if you see
lava
anything
land.
you like. I'd even... Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Holy shoot. There's a lot of money there.
Remember, I'll give you best deals or die.
I've never heard him say that before. Interesting. Let's go make that money back from those Khajiit. Hopefully they're still there. Oh, of course they're gone. Those scumbag Khajiit. They cheated me on my lawfully traded goods.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Oh man, dwarven armor. Shock resistance. Oh, that's so good. Burning mace. Shocks. Ooh. That's a pay dirt. That's a pay. That's a good one. Might have to snag that. Frost resistance is really good too. Yeah, we'll get that reverent one. Yoink. We'll make that money back.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
We need iron dagger, needs get some strips.
I don't claim blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Target.
All right then.
Oh, looks like
Do you
White
get to
runs.
the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course.
And there it is, friends. The
Wait, I know you.
Oh, what are you still doing here? I had you figured for a mage. I think you'll appreciate this. Off to Bleak Falls Barrow with you. The Jarl is not a patient man. Neither am I, come to think of it.
There we go. Can we buy potions?
Oh, I thought you were already on your... So, you wish to master the arcane arts?
No. It's unfortunate.
Off to Bleak Falls Barrow with you. The Jarl is not a patient man. Neither am I.
Yeah, forget you and your Bleak Falls Barrow.
got some good pieces. Take a look.
There we go, big money.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go? Climb and back and we'll be off. Oh, steady.
The rotation is probably the least exciting part of the game. But if we're playing hardcore, can't, we need the gear. Especially at this difficulty level. Oh, Khajiit has wares.
So many refuse to talk to her. Take a look.
Oh ho. What do you have? Now see, this is where like buying pretty much any soul gem is almost worthwhile. We don't need grand souls or anything like that yet. Soul gem binding. I don't think 3 seconds of paralysis is worth it at all.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
I was lucky. I was real lucky. See if we can get blood on the ice as a quest yet. Oh, here it
Hold
is.
it there. Keep your
A few
distance.
septims for my supper is all I ask.
Another girl killed. This is Susanna from Candlehearth Hall. Served me a drink just a few nights ago, but I can't say I knew her.
I ask only for
Susanna's the third. It's always the same. Young girl, killed at night, body torn up. We are stretched thin as it is with the war. Nobody has the time to spend on this. Not pleasant, but it's the truth. If you want to help, ask some of these gawkers if they saw anything useful. I'm going to examine the body before the rats can get to it.
Always sad when someone has to die.
I ain't asking for much. Just a few
Sorry,
septims.
I thought I saw a fellow running away, but didn't get a good look at him.
Don't cross me, elf.
No, sorry. But I did notice that her coin purse was still intact, so whoever did this wasn't after gold. I'm going to keep preparing the body, if you'll excuse me.
Hands to yourself, sneak thief.
Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll?
Another one. Terrible. I heard a scream and came running, but she was already like this when I got here.
If it's bed or board you're after, Candlehearth Hall's got both. Just like always, nobody saw anything useful. Bastards escaped again.
Can't you?
Look, friend, if you think you can do better than the Legion of Guards, be my guest. You'll need to talk to Yorleif, though. We can't just let anyone go around claiming to be on official business. If he's willing, then we'll talk.
Sounds good. We'll activate the Albiah Scoom I'm a Guardsman arc. I guess that's another thing to mention. I don't know if I did mention it before, but I guess I implied it when I was saying that the character has a certain branding or whatever. I have a whole story about this character that I think eventually I want to make into a visual novel. And one of the arcs is, yeah, she becomes a guardsman.
Fancy yourself an alchemist, huh?
There's about 6 arcs, including the sort of prologue arc.
I do the cooking and cleaning around the palace.
Whatever you've heard I can do is probably true. If Ulfric needs a favor, he has it. Anyone else better pay well for the service. Strength and steel are well and good, but magic is the true power in this world.
Out on the ice. Talk to Yorleif. Are you kidding me? Yorleif is... Yorleif's his right-hand man.
Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land.
Why is he sleeping on a mat on the floor? What is happening in this game? Man, you are in the doghouse.
These are difficult times indeed, when men stalk their brethren like beasts. My men are stretched thin as it is. If you offer your aid, I gladly accept. The guards will be told to assist you as necessary. I'm happy to lend a hand as much as I can as well. I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord Ulfric listens to my counsel all the same.
Very important. Gotta get that garlic.
No lollygagging. The Imperials think us all lawless beasts. All right then. I noticed a trail of blood leading away from here. Helgud's taken the body into the Hall of the Dead to prepare for burial. She's a little crazy, but if she knows anything, it's dead bodies. The Imperials think we need their laws.
I don't think I've ever done this quest in the proper order. So it never really made sense to me. Just, I would get caught along in some random nonsense and end up capturing a guy and then not finish it or something.
Large diagonal cut from left shoulder. Well, she's dead, but I guess that's not unusual, at least not for somebody in here. I mean, someone who's not me, that is. Sorry, was only joking with you. Not really. The only unusual thing is the shape of the cuts. They look like they were made with, well, the ancient Nords used these kinds of curved blades when they embalmed their dead. I don't know who in Windhelm would even have something like that. Other than me, of course.
Did you have anything to do with this? What a question! Are you the killer?
I wouldn't hold out too much hope. Now, I really got to get back to the body. Lot of work to prepare her for the grave. Large diagonal cut from left shoulder. Large
Susanna
diagonal
the Wicked,
cut
eh?
from left shoulder.
Damn. My eyes are super red in this light. So who might have tools? Ancient Nord tools.
Yerim is a fine house, and it's up for sale. You should talk to the steward in the keep if you're interested.
That's bullshit. It's not up for sale yet. It's gonna take a lot of locks. That's okay. Basically have to see if we can find that. Nope. Oh! I don't think this is gonna be it. It's gonna be close. That was really close. Damn it. It breaks like instantly. Okay, so that like that bright dot. Let's do the one just above. So right around here. Oh, so close. Haven't been used for ages. Nothing but skeever droppings and cobwebs. Pushed against the wall recently. Someone who's been to the Mage Tower and also uses ancient Nord tools or has access to them. So someone who's strong enough to go into a crypt or has been into a crypt. This place is basically abandoned. So it doesn't look like whoever's here is living here. I'm gonna go get some... Oh, I'm not. I got some in my mug. I literally haven't grabbed a sip yet. Crazy. This is probably one of the most in-depth quests around. It actually makes you have to think. Unfortunately, I've done it fairly recently, so I know the answer, but I'm going to try to find all the clues first. The chair is stacked on the bed in an odd fashion, as if the bed is never being used. What's the significance of the chair? What is the significance of creamed corn? The answer in Twin Peaks is it signifies death. Because it's black corn. Corn that's gone through an unnatural process. Or has been poisoned. A perfectly good wardrobe was left behind for some reason. Well, we found the embalming tools. The altar. This altar is built to some unknown magic. Ingredients. Look at the lights of the soul's dance, revealing a time when a spark will alive. Providence and authenticity unknown. Built to some unknown magic. It's made of cinder blocks and... For whatever reason, he's drinking a lot. So the wine and the cheese is actually a clue. The fact that it's in specifically that room. And this is sort of where I get carried away with these. In this, like at this part here, you can sort of get injected into the middle of the storyline with no clues. time is it? 6 a.m.
After what happened to those other women, I'm worried about my own safety. I've been following him for months now. Well, not actually following. Trying to find him. The guards won't help. The people won't help. I'm the only one who thinks he can be caught. Huh? What's it say?
And see, this is interesting. Like, when you talk to her, it's just like, it sounds like the court mage has been experimenting. It doesn't say that. It has nothing to do with the court mage.
Be careful. That murderer could be anywhere, and anyone.
Like, it's so weird, because, like, it doesn't actually say that. Like, none of the clues even come close to pointing at the court mage. Like, all it says is there happens to be some magic. Okay. Damn. Oh, magic. Is there anybody in here? No. Where do they want me to plant it this time? Am I in the wrong place? Plant Beulah's ring and Beulah Gordino's house. Isn't that where I am right now? Yeah. For a person who's always trying to chase down this butcher, right? There's certainly not a lot of stuff going on. Yoink. Yeah, I refuse to say, because what ends up happening is, like, I never trust the quests in these games. So it's like when an option comes up, and it doesn't give you any other option to say no, you go, oh, okay, I guess that's the answer. Right? So you get caught up in, because this quest, that you can make a false accusation.
The Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land. I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord Ulfric listens to my counsel all the same. Ugh. Have you been talking to Viola Giordano? She posts those all over the city, and someone keeps taking them down. Ask her about it if you want an earful. I've never seen anything like it. I would take this to Calixto at the House of Curiosities. He has a good eye for strange trinkets. Might even give you a bit of gold for it. Travel safely. It's dangerous out there.
Well, let's go talk to Calaxio then. That amulet's like the coolest. The coolest looking amulet.
What is it? Dragons?
You need anything, come see me. I'm as resourceful as I am discreet. I have a lot of respect for Ambar's Frendar, but his views are a little extreme.
We got a nickname for anyone who trifles with us guards here in Windhelm. Suicide.
Farm work is hard work. It's good to relax when I can, but I still have to listen to my brother about injustices.
Well, you might as well go to Sidri's here.
Got something for just about everybody in here? Give a holler if you have... Have you taken care of that? Thank you, thank you! Azura's prophecy always guides you to fortune. Speaking of fortune, here. Everything I earned from my last shipment. It's yours.
600 gold. Hey, what do we got for
Take a
sale?
look.
Let's spend that money on fun things. Prices are better. Take those. Walking. What goes up poison? Oh, stamina poison. Garbage. I don't even know if enemies have stamina or magicka. Well, I think they have magicka. But it's so high that it doesn't matter.
Do come again.
Oh, he can train you in speech. That's useful. Alright, let's go talk to Mr. Calaxio. See if he knows anything about this amulet. Being a well-traveled person. Ho ho ho, we stole his key.
You're not supposed to be here. You're not supposed here.
Oh, okay. Can I cut lumber here? No. See if I can set up a cool looking scene or look like a scoundrel. Yeah. Thieves' cache. Extended invisibility. Ooh. Should probably pay my respects to the Thieves Guild there. Damn it. There we go. Let me drink my coffee here. Wait for him to come out of his house, which he may do. Or he may not.
My sister and I once traveled the world to assemble our collection. Such adventures we had. Let me see. Ah, yes. This is the wheelstone. It's an heirloom symbol of the power of Windhelm. Traditionally, it's carried by the court mage. I would be interested in acquiring it, if you're willing to part with it, that is. For a piece like that, I could pay 500 gold. Wunford? Bah, It's purely ceremonial, and he has no use for it. Besides, I wouldn't want to be the one to give it to him. Gives me the creeps. They say he dabbles in necromancy. Suit yourself. It's only of value to collectors, though. Good luck finding anyone else who will appraise it that highly. A most pleasant chat. Until the next.
So Calaxio says that this belongs to the court mage.
Someone stole your sweet roll?
So why don't we go talk to the court mage? Worst case scenario, I use that potion of extended invisibility and slink away. What does blood on the ice say I need to do?
The Stormcloaks are finding victims. I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord Ulfric listens to my counsel all the same. For Ulfric? Well, he seems to value... I don't really have a mind for war, and I think he likes having an untrained opinion from time to time. Travel safely. It's dangerous out there.
Who's this guy?
I do the cooking and cleaning around the palace.
Oh, hey. Seemed like a cool guy.
Hail, companion.
Whatever you've heard I can do is probably true. Spells and incantations for those with the talent to cast them.
Oh, I don't see petties here, just the good ones. Any fun books? Bound Battle Axe and Bound Sword.
Strength and steel are well and good, but magic is the true power in this world. If Ulfric needs a favor, he has it. Anyone else better pay well for this.
Hands to yourself, sneak thief. You should unload some of that unwanted gear. Head over to Sadri's used wares. Talk to the elf. I've never seen anything like it. I would take this to Calixto at the House of Curiosities. He has a good eye for strange trinkets.
I'd explain my research, but you'd just be confused.
It's a trinket representing the power of Windhelm. Generally used by the mage.
Staying safe, I hope?
So, you know, if we're following this guy
I do
and
the
what he's
cooking and
saying,
cleaning around the palace.
if we're really thinking about this in a real way, the people who should know what this is are Yarlief and Ulfric.
I believe Galmar gave you something to do, so go do it.
No, he doesn't want to talk to me. Ice wraiths are freaking nasty. I'm not going to fight random ice wraiths. That's death.
I mostly deal with petty thievery and drunken. Been too long since we've had a good bandit raid.
So we can assume that Ulfric doesn't know what the hell
I've been a bit
that amulet is.
since our daughter was taken from
And
us.
we couldn't talk to... We couldn't give it back to what's his name. So there's a whole bunch of things going on here regarding that. And what makes this so... What makes this mission so annoying
Let me know if you see anything you like.
is it's difficult to know...
May the eight guide you to the file.
Just a second here.
Ah, so you're an alchemist then? Huh.
Oh, we'll take the giant's toe. Probably take the ice wraith teeth. Why not? Why not? Let's just buy them out. Doesn't matter. Like, I think we still have potions, we can sell them. We got so many slow potions. You can have them all.
Why are you still standing around here? Go get me the file, you fool! I don't appreciate loiterers, if that's what you're here to do. I hope you have coin to spend and you're not just here to gawk at my goods.
Alright, let's go with an easy one. Fire salts, frost salts, and where is it? Snowberries. Oh look! Resist frost and restore magicka. Pretty cool. Let's go with taproot, fungal pod, and let's see if we can find a mud crab. Nothing. I think giant's toe, Juniper. Yeah, juniper, giant's toe, and garlic are like pretty good. Regenerates. Snowberry swamp fungal pod. Resist shock. Snowberries have resist shock too? Really? They have all of them? Fire, frost, and shock. Wow. I wonder if snowberries are so common. See if we can find other things we can use. 9 seconds paralyze, drains the magicka, and restores health. Hagraven Claw, Hagraven Feathers, and I don't know, let's go with Tundra God. Resist magic, fortified barter. Alright.
I don't appreciate loiterers, if that's what you're here to do.
Dragon's Tongue, Hagraven's Claw, Hagraven Feathers. Hawk Feathers?
I hope you have coin to spend and you're not just here to gawk at my goods.
Normal bees and butterflies. Let's go bee, dragonfly, dragonfly. Buckus. Oh, marksman. That's kind of fun. Lingering damage health. Alright, that's good for now.
You need anything, come see me. I have a lot of respect. bit of this and a bit of that.
Well, we got people who can sell ebony now. If we're good enough at get our ebony armor or ebony dagger. Oh, just buy it because this guy buys potions. So I'll just 9 points of poison damage for 10 seconds. Restoration spells are stronger, weaker to poison. Yeah, get that out of here. Fortified barter, fortified marksman, fortified restoration. Alright, we can get this
Be
stuff
sure to
out.
stop by Sadri's used wares.
Where's your boss? What time is it? 1:57.
Assorted fruits and vegetables, all delicious and affordable.
There he is.
Meats and blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
I need that. Pretty much that. That's all I need.
Whether it's armor you need or a new blade, come see me.
Fresh fruit and vegetables for sale. Woman. Cookware, knives.
Just keep spamming the button. I want to use this. I want to use this. Me, me, me.
Working in Windhelm is...
Everything's fresh and delicious.
I never expected Ulfric to live up to his legend, but he does.
Hermir speak.
Supper is all I ask.
Can't live without.
I have a little of everything for sale. Come see for yourself.
I couldn't ask for a better teacher than Owengo.
Produce today. Buying and selling a wide range of assorted goods, the best selection in Windhelm. I'd travel more, but who wants to deal with all the soldiers these days? If you're looking to get a drink, Candlehearth Hall's got warm fires and strong ale.
Assorted fruits and vegetables, all delicious and affordable.
Speak quickly. Speak quickly. Yes? Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Common soul gem. That's about it, eh?
Thank you for your custom.
Come and browse my fine selection. Everything's
Everyone, the finest weapons and armor. Whether it's armor you need.
Needy. Sweet stamina. Armor smithing. Oh, we need a 50 for Orcish and 80 for Ebony. And I don't want to go the other side. But one-handed could go up. Yeah, let's do that.
Or a new
20% more damage. That should be plus. Yeah, we're at 13 now.
Hey,
That's pretty good.
see me.
Actually, before we do
Need some
anything.
metal hammered.
No, no, no.
If you meet anyone in your travels who needs good steel, send them my way.
You lost?
But yeah, this quest is such a weird one. Because it wants you to fail. But it's set itself up in such a way that if you just follow the quests, so yeah, he's the butcher. He's got all the embalming tools. You've seen them there when you take the tour. He's been to the Mage Academy. That's where he gets the book that tells your fate. He's at the crime scene when you first find the body, and he seems pretty ambivalent towards the problem. Then, if you follow all of these trails, he's mourning, like the alcohol in the room indicates, because he's not drinking the alcohol outside of the room, and he's not living in the house. But whatever he's doing, he doesn't like it. He's not drinking to have a good time. So he's like in mourning, basically. Why is he drinking all this alcohol while doing this stuff? Right? So he's extremely pitiful character. And then, yeah, when you give him, you show the amulet to the steward of Windhelm. He has no clue what this is, and he says, "Go ask Calaxio." And then Calaxio says, "Oh yeah, it's a symbol of power in Windhelm, and nobody will answer your questions regarding this thing."
Stormcloaks are fine. I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord Ulfric listens to my counsel all the same. I've never seen anything. Might even give you a bit of gold for it. Ugh. Ask her about it if you want an earful.
See, and look,
safely. It's dangerous out there.
I have all the evidence. Like, I have the butcher's journal and the other two, and
I do the cooking and cleaning around the palace.
I used to be an adventurer like you.
till it took an arrow to the knee.
Don't cross me, elf.
I should look up what you need to do this. Like, to not accuse him falsely. Because they give you all the clues, but they don't let you do it properly. Maybe I just have to assassinate Calaxio. Or maybe I'll talk to him. That might be worthwhile. Just kill him. I'm the butcher.
I trust you're not planning any trouble. What can I do for you, friend? Welcome to the House of Curiosities. I offer a brief tour for a few coins, or you can simply browse at your leisure. My sister and I once traveled the world to assemble our collection. Such adventures we had.
Yeah, he always talks in the past about his sister.
I don't care much for the war, one way or the other.
Heard about you and your honeyed words.
Well, I think I'm just wandering about here a little bit perturbed about what exactly we can do to not have to arrest the wizard. I don't even know if we can kill Calaxio.
Spare a coin. Talos rewards the generous. A few septims for my supper is all I ask.
Huh. I wonder if you have to falsely accuse the guy if they force you to do it. This is one of those situations where it's so absurd that you have to do it this way. I wonder if she's here. Because nobody's dialogues right now are giving you the option, and they want you to sell this amulet to Calaxio. Maybe sell it and get the 500 gold.
I lost my twin sister a while back. Have you ever lost anyone close? My father says we need to just get on with our lives. Like it's that easy.
Fuck it. I don't think you can enchant that amulet anyway, so you might as well just get the money for it. It's unfortunate because it's such a cool looking amulet. And you look like such a badass when you wear it too. I think you can... Yeah, you get to see it. There's your screenshot. We'll wear the strange amulet for now. That seems pretty good.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking
Hey,
for.
this is Sawdry's used wares. It's not where I want to be. I wonder if we can kill Claxio. Okay. You know what? Oh, we'd have to repick the lock. Oh, we don't. Because we have the key. I think he might be story. Necessary for the story. Oh, he's not even around right now. I'm gonna steal his giant's toes. They're pretty hard to come by. There's nothing incriminating other than the butcher's journal in here, I'm guessing. So where did he go?
Spare a coin for a poor old woman.
Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll?
Huh. Candlehearth Hall, eh? Alright, let's do that. But see, that's the thing with this game, is like you can make all the connections, and then if the game dialogue doesn't let you do it, then you don't get to do it. So it wants to lead you down this path of failure, which is to me really unfortunate. Because, like, even if you were clever enough, which I wasn't the first time, obviously, to figure out the answer, you'd be struggling to try to find a way to get this to happen, other than just, I guess, kill Claxio, like, right in front of everybody.
There's no glory in war. It's just something they tell soldiers so they'll risk their lives.
You look like someone who can hold their liquor.
Be on the
How
lookout.
about a friendly
I've been The guards won't help. The people won't help. I'm the only one who thinks he can be caught. They say they're too busy with... Oh, they care. They say I'm just snooping around bothering people. But I'm trying to save lives. Huh? What's it say? Be careful. That murderer could be anywhere, and anyone.
Every night, I walk around a Grey Quarter and we ought to dig a big hole. Throw all them dark elves, the damn Greyskin, go back to Morrowind. Don't like it? Too bad. This is our city. Ours! Don't think I can take you? 100 septims say I can punch you back where you came from. All right? Fists only. And none of that magic stuff either. Let's go.
All right.
Come on. Let's see what you're made of.
Come on down here. There we go. So in third person, you can do some... You can get multiple hits in. By wiggling the controller. As you can see, that's a pretty big exploit.
That wasn't a fair swing.
What a bitch.
Yeah. Here. Good to see you again, friend.
Good to see you again, friend.
Wouldn't surprise me. They've done nothing to help those Thalmor elves, too. Maybe I should round up some men and take us a few prisoners to interrogate. Get out of my face.
Hello, friend.
Spare a coin for a poor old woman.
The best way for us to win the Nord's respect is through hard work.
If you've got some time, stop by my house of cure. My sister and I, the Wheelstone, have you decided to sell it yet? Wonderful. This will be a splendid addition to my private collection.
I'm only doing that in case it glitches out the quest, because I think I'm just gonna murder him and see what happens.
I don't care much for the war one way or the other.
Of course there's a bloody guard there. So you're gonna still have it on him? Oh, he's quest. He's quest necessary. Quest necessary. Well then, let's see if we can get a good picture here. Alright. I guess we'll... You know what? We'll save it right here. Unfortunately, our good friend Calaxto, we can't take him out and just solve the mystery. So we might have to do the stupid thing. But I think I'll go ahead and end that there. Well, I hope you're fast asleep. If you're not, I hope you enjoyed this long and drawn out process of me doing crafting in a game. And yeah, I will talk to you in the next video. Thank you very much for listening, and remember, don't die.